right, it's 6 o'clock. I'll call the meeting to order. If everyone would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by students from Sunflower Elementary.
That's the best one of the year.
1.3, approval of agenda.
Like to make a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll second.
We're just voting with hands. Okay.
Okay.
Keep track of us.
All those in favor? None opposed.
That's all right. Nobody's going to complain.
2.1, presentation by students from Sunflower Elementary.
Am I on? Okay, now I'm on, I think. My name is Andy Wright. I'm the principal at Sunflower, and we brought some energy into the room tonight with 5 students from the early childhood program in Mrs. Wells' classroom, and we'll just let you take it over from here.
We're going to talk a lot about our social-emotional program that we use, and we're going to talk about the rules that we start our day with and how they reflect into every part of our life, even when we're big kids like you guys. Okay, are you ready? Can you point so we can say them?
Rule number one.
Be kind. Say it really loud. The next one. Ready?
Rule number two.
Be safe.
Rule number three. Be clean.
Okay, kind, safe, and clean. Where do we have to be kind, safe, and clean? Give me an example. Where do you have to be kind, safe, and clean?
I don't know.
In the classroom?
Yes. The board office.
At the board office?
The park.
At the park?
At your house. At school.
Everywhere. Good job. Okay, the next part. Are you ready to hold it? Hold this part. There we go. Okay, friends. We're showing them these. What is this? These are our
Rules.
There are zones. We have our blue zone. How do we feel when we're in the blue zone?
Sad.
We're sad. How do we feel when we're in the green zone?
Happy.
How do we feel when we're in the yellow zone?
Scared. Shy.
Shy, excited, scared. How do we feel when we're in the red zone?
Mad.
Mad. But we know that we can be zone changers, that we can change the way we feel. And also that no matter where we are and no matter where what we feel, we still have to be
Safe and clean.
Yep, we have to be kind, safe, and clean. We're going to ask you to participate in our next song. It's called Hello, How Do You Do? We're going to do the first verse on our own and we're going to clap. But then we're going to have all of you, especially you guys who are behind right here, you're going to join us for the next 2 parts. And they'll tell you exactly what to do. Are you guys ready? Let's start with clapping. Ready? Hello, how do you do? It's good to clap with you. Hello, how do you do? It's good to clap with you. Hello, how do you do? It's good to clap with you. It's good to clap together here with you. And stop. Okay, what are we going to turn them into?
Dinosaurs and robots.
Hey, we're going to do dinos first. So behind here, you guys have to stand up. You ready? Okay.
We get to choose?
You get to choose any kind of dino. You could be a tiny T-Rex arm one. You could be a Stegosaurus, a Brachiosaurus, whatever. Whatever brings you joy. Okay, are you guys ready to be dinosaurs? Ready? Hello, how do you do? It's good to dino with you. Hello, how do you do? It's good to dino with you. Hello, how do you do? It's good to dino with you. It's good to dino together here with you. And stop. Okay, what's the next thing? There's one more thing. Robot. Are you ready? Hello, how do you do? It's good to robot with you. Hello, how do you do? It's good to robot with you. Hello, how do you do? It's good to robot with you. It's good to robot together here with you. And stop. Okay, thank you. for some fruit snacks.
The rest of you not doing this well. We're taking pictures. Sir, well done.
Don't get honest me.
Don't take too long, I might not get up. Oh, wait, hang on. Hang on. There you go. Thank you, guys.
All right, 2.2, recognition of the 2025-2026 USD 231 retirees by Dr. Ben Booth.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. We are very thankful for this time of year for a lot of good reasons, but one of those is our retirees and having the opportunity to recognize them. So before I get started, do we have any retirees here tonight? They're all busy celebrating already. Oh, one. Where? Oh, Mark. Mark, stand up, buddy. Come on up. You get to. So yeah, yep, you do, because we would have asked everyone to go up there. So each spring, Gardner Edgerton USD 231 recognizes and expresses our appreciation to employees retiring at the end of the current school year, and so we give special thanks to our retirees for their dedicated service and congratulate them on this tremendous milestone. This year, we recognized 11 individuals from across the district, certified and classified staff who have given in aggregate over 191 years of service to our school district. The strength of this school district has always been and always will be the quality of its people. These individuals have given the best years of their professional careers serving this community, this school district, and our children, and we owe them a tremendous debt of gratitude. So if you heard, this year we celebrated, instead of the retirement dinner, which we had done the last few years, we celebrated with them at Casey Wine. Yes, thank you. And we're able to recognize each of them, but what was extremely cool was we had our culinary students provide the food. And that was the first time they've catered an event off-site, off of the high school campus. So, and they did a phenomenal job. So, quickly, Angela Bowman at Grand Star, ELL. At Madison Elementary, Lisa Cawley, a reading specialist. Colleen Delahanty, speech-language pathologist. Regina Fodovich, first grade teacher. At Nike, Cynthia Condren, nutrition services kitchen manager. At Sunflower, Janet McConville, administrative assistant. At Pioneer Ridge, Christy Henry, school psychologist. Stacy Hash, 8th grade teacher science teacher at Trail Ridge Middle School. And at the high school, Steve Skocek, special education teacher. At the district, Kathy Mayer, adaptive PE teacher. And Mr. Mark Meyer, executive director of human resources. So again, we're very thankful for their service and want to wish them the best of luck on the next stage in your journey. So Mark, congratulations.
All right, 2.3, recognition of KU awards recipients for 25 years in education by Dr. Ben Booth.
Yeah, thank you. So again, another reason we're excited for this time of year. So do we have any of our 25-year recipients? Come on up. Okay, we have a few more of those. Come on up. Oh yeah, Andy's got one. Yep. right, watch, don't step on the microphone, though. All right, we know who you are, but when I read your name, just take a little step forward so they know who we're recognizing. So, okay, as you may know, the University of Kansas School of Education and Human Sciences is proud to continue its program of awarding certificates of service to teachers and administrators who have completed 25 years of service in the field of education. This service fundamentally contributes to Kansas' future and the nation's. The University of Kansas has recognized 16 USD 231 veteran educators for their dedication and service to public education. Those being recognized this school year include Sherry Bales, kindergarten teacher at Gardner Elementary, Anthony Bozarth, special education teacher at Gardner Edgerton High, Angela Cortez, second grade teacher at Madison, Mary Colross, science teacher at Trail Ridge Middle School, Brad Drace, principal at Grand Star Elementary, John Duncanson, assistant principal at Wheat Ridge Middle School, Jaylene Freeman, real world learning coordinator, Gardner Edgerton High School in the district, Cynthia Kurzenbrock, art teacher at Gardner Edgerton High, Amber Nichols, special education teacher at Sunflower Elementary, Ashley Peters, kindergarten teacher at Moonlight Elementary, Andy Price, director of technology here at the administrative offices, Terry Purcell, kindergarten teacher at Gardner Elementary, Michael Simpson, associate principal at Gardner Edgerton High School, Laura Van Gotham, special education teacher at Pioneer Ridge Middle School, and Deanne Van Houten, fourth grade teacher at Moonlight Elementary. So these educators should be incredibly proud and congratulated, and we want to thank you all for your service as well. We do have your plaques here, and we want to take a picture with you. So again, congratulations. Here, you need help turn them around, Jill? Sherry? Anthony? Angela? John's right there. Jaylene is not here, right? Cindy? We're all done.
Oh, hang on. We got another picture taken.
Parents.
Don't trip on the mic.
Congratulations, y'all.
All right, we don't have anything for 3.1. 4.1, hearing of requests and suggestions of citizens. We have 5 speakers tonight. We'll start off with Carrie Schmidt, followed by Alexandria Berry, then Samantha Brandt, Leslie Ron, and Andy Ackright. Carrie, you're up.
Hi, Brian. Let's talk about Beal and my first core request findings. Fortunate for you, I cannot share everything I learned in 3 minutes. but I will be publicly sharing every document on my personal Facebook page. The community deserves to know what you all were doing. Although I have only just scratched the surface, I would describe the situation as one big, immoral, unethical, yet legal money laundering orgy. None of the emails I received showed any concern for the health and well-being of the students at USD 231, the community, or the environment. Something I am sure everyone in the district knows about you is that you would rather gouge your eyes out with a pencil than put anything in writing. It's proven in these communications. The director of the GE Schools Foundation, Tim Big Check Brady, asks you on April 7th if you have time for a brief phone call regarding Beal Industries. That man writes a ton of information to everyone else through email but you. Why? I would bet it is because you have instructed everyone in the district, including the board members, to only text or call you. Only someone with something to hide does that. Big Check Brady was one of your middlemen, wasn't he? He made sure to set up meetings between you and Beal through Sweet Deb over there. What's odd is that I have one email on February 12th and it jumps to March 24th with an invoice to Beal attached to become a platinum partner with the GE Foundation. Did you do some wheeling and dealing with Beal during that time frame? Did you sign an NDA? In February, Big Check Brady invited Beal to the April 20th golf tournament held by the Chamber of Commerce and the GE Foundation. Since you were on the board of both the Chamber and the GE Foundation, I bet you were there. April 21st, Beal was in the district office for a meeting with you, Jody Marshall, Ben Booth, and Big Check Brady. The same day, at 9:43 p.m., Beal paid the invoice that was created on March 24th by the GE Foundation in the amount of $10,000. I am interested to know what other backdoor deals USD 231 is involved in. Has DeMack and Edgerton been bribing you all too? You sold everyone out in Gardner, Spring Hill, and Edgerton. Don't you dare try to justify or minimize the part that you played with Beal's bribery, and probably DeMack and Edgerton too. Don't insult this community's intelligence. You are deceitful. You are drunk on money. You don't deserve the position you currently sit in. Board members, please do not extend his contract. Let him be done in 2027. He showed you what his priorities are, money over everyone's health and well-being. And I think it's time to find a superintendent who truly cares, understands, and appreciates what Gardner Edgerton is all about. Thank you.
That will bring up Alexandria Berry, followed by Samantha Brandt. Alexandria. All right, we'll have Samantha Brandt, followed by Leslie Ron.
Good evening, board members. My name is Samantha Brandt, and I'm here tonight as a mother advocating for my daughter Macy and all the other medically fragile children in our district. Macy is medically fragile, nonverbal child who cannot tell someone when she is in pain, when something feels wrong, or when her body is beginning to fail her. She completely depends on adults around her to recognize subtle medical changes, respond quickly, and keep her safe so she can simply do what every child deserves: attend school, learn, participate, and belong. Macy has a feeding tube. She experiences seizures. She requires constant monitoring and individualized medical support throughout her day. Her access to education is not possible without trained caregivers who know her deeply, not just her diagnosis, her. The small changes in her breathing, the look on her face before a seizure, the way her body communicates distress when she has no words. For her entire elementary education, Macy's one-on-one nursing support has been provided through a contracted nursing agency. While those nurses were not district employees, there was consistency and there was continuity. There were caregivers who knew Macy, understood her needs, and helped create a safe environment where she could access her education with dignity and security. That stability is now changing. What is most concerning is this appears to be happening without meaningful communication, without transition planning for families, and without acknowledgement that medically fragile children are not interchangeable. Under IDEA, services are meant to be individualized. There is no one-size-fits-all practice that can replace an individual child that requires safely access to their education. Macy's needs are unique to her. Her IEP is individualized because she is individualized. Decisions about adults responsible for her medical safety cannot be reduced to a staffing model or a generalized district practice. For children like Macy, continuum of trained support is not a convenience. It is a part of educational access. And for families like us, it's a part of trust. When medically fragile children are placed in unfamiliar personnel who do not know their cues, routines, medical history, or emergency responses, parents are forced to send their children to uncertainty every single day. We are asking the district for transparency and accountability. Why is this longstanding practice changing now? What student-specific training will be required? This isn't a simple staffing issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. That will bring up Leslie Ron, followed by Andy Ackright.
Hello, my name is Leslie Runn. I teach physics, and I am exhausted. I've spoken here a few times this year, and my goal was to offer you a glimpse into what my job is like on a given day. I wanted you to hear from someone who comes in every day to do the job of teaching a tough class like I do to Kansas kids. There are so many things I could say about this time of year. There's a lot going on, but what I want to share with you tonight is this odd thing that many teachers, including myself, find themselves doing in May. Despite how hectic this time of year is, how tired I am, how many things still need to get done to declare this year finished, I'm making notes. Lots of notes. Notes about lessons from this year that went well or didn't go well. Notes about things my students enjoyed or struggled with. Ideas I heard from colleagues that I want to try for myself. I have binders full of notes. That's not an over-exaggeration. And when the year is done, I'll take a break for a few days, and then almost immediately, I'll start dealing with these notes, making new lesson plans and new assignments, coming up with new ways to transition from one task to another, new handouts to help students stay more organized and to make the content of the class more understandable. I think a lot of people think teachers count down the days to summer and then close their classroom doors on that last day of the year, never to think of school again until August. But there's a lot of teachers like me who never stop thinking about this job, their classes, and their students, even in the summer. My role may look a little different over the summer, but what I want you to know is how much I think about what I do and how I can make it even better and more engaging. I love what I do. I love my science. I love interacting with my students as they encounter the world of physics for the first time. That love doesn't stop on May 22nd. Yeah, I'm exhausted, but I'm also thrilled to get to do this all over again next year, except better. Have a wonderful summer. I'll see you in August.
Thank you, Leslie. Andy Ackright, you'll be our last speaker.
How y'all doing? My name is Andy Ackright, and I'm the proud father of Robbie Ackright, who's in 4th grade at
Nike Elementary.
with enthusiasm. Yeah. And who will be a 5th grader at where? Trail Ridge next year. And I want to talk a little bit about the partnership between Parks and Rec and the schools. I'm a soccer coach, have been for 10 seasons, and basketball coach for a couple. And we should mention his mom, my wife, is the music teacher at Nike. So we're a little connected, right? But we can't Parks and Rec can't do anything without the schools, practices and games and everything, you know. And Parks and Rec can be an extension of the schools, teaching leadership and teamwork, accountability to hold others to account, and then, of course, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat and how to deal with those things. So it can be a good bonus add-on, you know, and, of course, physical education, everything like that. And one of the cool things about Gardner is you get kids from different schools all together on a team, and then they go to middle school and they combine, and then they go to high school and they combine again. So they get to see these people that they already know. And like for us, 3rd and 4th grade boys, those guys in 3rd grade, when they're freshmen in high school, they'll know somebody already. So it's really cool. It's an opportunity for them to get around and play and hang out. But we can't do these practices, right, without having the space and the facilities that you guys provide. And sometimes I think we don't tell you when something needs to get fixed up, right? So we practice at Gardner Elementary. It's one of the 2 with 3rd and 4th grade goals. And they had these big old potholes, like potholes all over the field, just these like holes in them, right? And I went to the city council, and they said, no, it's a school thing. Okay. So I forgot about it. Spring season starts. Oh, no. Practice. And I got a hold of Parks and Rec, and they sent me to Mr. Mark DeWitt. And I tell you what, that week, boom, all those holes were filled. It was awesome. Like, it was like my birthday going out there. And I apologize that I didn't email a thank you because I was so caught up in everything. But I sent them pictures of the holes, right? And I can pass these to you. I used to have cones in all the holes, whatnot. And then the field's just beautiful. And the kids loved it, boys loved it, but the parents, I think maybe even more, and the coaches, because we didn't have to worry about them falling and all that stuff. So, are you Mark? Mark? Mark, what's up? I didn't know you because I just emailed, right? Well, Mark, on behalf of the Blue Jays, we were able to snag an extra medal. So as a thank you, we'd like to give you the soccer medal for you. So thank you for you guys doing it. So. And thank you for letting me give him a public shout out.
Thank you, Andy.
Where's Mark's mom at?
All right, 5.1, grants and donations, presented by Julie Aldridge.
Okay, let's start off with Nike received from Jared and Laura Sakura for building and staff enhancement, and the employer will be matching $300. Nike again, J&M Schmucker Corporation for Hostess Warehouse, snack cakes for their Carnival Cakewalk, 3 pallets of snack cakes. Gardner Elementary, anonymous donor, negative meal accounts for $200. Moonlight Elementary, Texas Roadhouse for staff treats, rolls and fried pickle coupons for staff and Teacher Appreciation Week, I believe that was. Moonlight Elementary also, Dr. Christine Egren, DC, staff treats, basket of treats for teachers. Price on that is priceless. Madison Elementary, Dash Donuts, 10% of sales from Steam Night, total of $70. Pioneer Ridge, for PRMS PTO, staff appreciation, $1,300. Gardner Edgerton High School, from Dots Pretzels, snacks for Teachers Appreciation Week, a pallet of pretzels, 360 packages. Yeah. District office received from Taco Villa. Their negative meal account balance is of $448. District office also, 2026 Gardner Chamber Leadership Class, Culvers, from Gardner Spaces, Inc., negative meal account balances, total of $1,274.27, for a total of $3,590.27 and supplies.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you to the generous donors. All right, the consent agenda. 6.1, minutes from the meeting held on 4/13/26 and 4/27/26 at the special meeting. 6.2, financial statements. 6.3, kindergarten bridge program. 6.4, Gardner Edgerton Schools Foundation to appoint Heath Freeman as the BOE representative. 6.5, approval of contracts and purchases. 6.6, 2026-27 facility rental schedule. 6.7, 2026-27 student fee schedule. 6.8, 2026-27 meal prices. And 6.9, approval of claims.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. Nothing for 7. 8.1, bond update by Newkirk and Novak. And Dr. Marshall.
Good evening. We're going to do a bond update here, and while Joe and Branson are transitioning up here from DLR, Newkirk Novak, I would just like to point out that Newkirk Novak and DLR have been great partners. All of our projects are trending ahead of schedule, and if you're paying attention in the community, you can see them going up right before your eyes. So they've been great partners. And whenever we're going to give a bond update, I'd like to give a shout out to Mark DeWitt. I don't have a medal for you. And Bobby Smith, his office manager. Those two are really making this go as well. And I know Newkirk and DLR would back that up. So thank you, Mark and Bobby. Before I turn it over to Branson and Joe, I'd also like to point out some of the other projects that they're not going to talk about. All the playgrounds, the elementary playground renovations will start and get concluded this summer. So as soon as we get the kiddos out of the way, we hate to see the kids leave, but as soon as we get them out of the way, we're going to jump on the elementaries. Also, all of our safety and security initiatives are well on their way. The personal alert badges fully implemented. Cameras, I think we got a couple buildings left, Mark, but those will all be taken care of in the next couple weeks. That's camera upgrades in all of our buildings. And then the window film is in process across the district and will be completed this summer, correct? Okay. And then finally, I just want to point out that Alyssa and Ben Booth are going to send out a community-wide communication about all the projects and providing the community with some information about just being safe this summer as we have all these projects going on in the buildings. Okay? All right, Branson and Joe, you're up.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Joe Brown. I'm with Newkirk Novak Construction Partners. Before Branson steps up and gives you an overall bond update, I want to say thank you to the district as well, because it has been a partnership. It's been teamwork, and I think as you guys drive around the communities, you can see what's happening. So it's been fun for us to be part of that, and I hope that we can continue this relationship down the road. So, Branson.
So wanted to give you guys kind of a little bit of an update on all of the projects. So we currently have 3 projects going on right now, and we have a 4th one about ready to start here in the next couple weeks. The first one we'll touch on is the elementary school. Just about 6 months ago, we broke ground on this one, which is what you see in the photo here. A lot of progress has been made since then. Here are some photos from a couple weeks ago, and I'll talk a little bit about what's going on site right now, and then we'll talk a little bit about what's coming up in the next couple months. So structurally wise on the building, we will be wrapping up with structural steel at the end of this month. Area A and B are complete, and we're wrapping up C right now. Structural CMU is complete. As we wrap up structure, that's a big milestone, and then we'll start closing in the building, which we've already started doing. So some big activities that have recently started. Roofing started last week on the north side of the building. We'll continue working our way south in the building. Brick started just a couple of days ago, so here shortly you'll start seeing that brick facade come on the outside of the building, really start to take shape on what it's actually going to look like. On the inside of the building, we're actively working on overhead MEP trades, starting to frame interior walls, and we'll continue to do all those activities as we work south in the building. A few things over the next few months that you're going to start seeing on the elementary. Here in June, we'll start doing some site concrete, kind of chasing ourselves around the building, kind of the same flow. Site utilities are wrapped up right now. There'll be a little bit more of that later in the summer. After we do site concrete, once we get into the late summer, you're going to see the envelope of the building continue to take shape. More brick, ephes, metal panels, windows going in. Looking like we'll be pretty substantially dried in kind of at the end of summer as we move into August and kind of into the next school year. And then interiors will continue from there. This is just a little bit of a kind of an example of the exterior facade, some coordination markups we do. Like I said, brick, ephes, metal panels will be going on throughout the summer, as long as windows, with a target of drying in the building in August. And then here's a rendering provided by DLR of what the elementary will look like as it wraps up. So on track to open that elementary for the fall of 27 school year. So another project started about the same time as the elementary is the service center project. It's really taken a lot of shape over the last month. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen it as you drive by. Structural steel is all up. This picture's from a couple weeks ago, but actually today they finished up the roof panels. You'll start seeing wall panels wrap the building here in the next few weeks. Site utilities are done. Here later in the summer, once wall panels are complete, you'll see site concrete wrapping the building from there. They have started interior walls, and then overhead MEP starts here in the next couple weeks, so you'll start to see the inside of the building being built out, as well as that envelope getting wrapped up as well. So this one will be wrapping up this fall. And then here's a markup just kind of showing the roof panels ongoing and the interior walls MEP also ongoing and getting ready to start over the next couple weeks. And then again, here's a rendering of what that building will look like at completion. So as we kind of wrap up talking about those two projects, the next two projects we're going to talk about are pretty different in nature. The first two are greenfield, built out on an open site. These next two are at the high school, one being the renovation to the kitchen and the commons area, and one being the addition to the current trails building at the high school. So with these types of projects, there's a very different level of coordination that goes on. So we've had a lot of coordination with Mark and Jody, Amy, Sarah, the high school, coordinating that fast-hitting project with the summer work going on. Really have spent a lot of time with investigation in there, just with the nature of the schedule of this project. That's really important. Here's an example of a phasing plan. We have many of these different phasing plans that we go through, kind of looking at how we can be efficient, how we can save hours, how we can get in there a little bit quicker. So the kitchen project is broken up into two phases. We'll have phase one, which focuses on the kitchen area and some work in the commons area. Phase two will be next summer. We'll complete that commons area, do a lot of that high work the summer of 27. What you kind of see on this map is kind of an example of the phasing that we're doing to get in there a little bit earlier, working with the staff. So we'll be starting this work in just about a week. And then as school starts, it'll be full bore, starting to gut that, demo out, cut out slabs, doing underground to get ready for all of that new kitchen equipment. So it'll be a busy summer, but it'll be a really good product once we wrap up. And then again, here's a few renderings of what that will look like after it is complete over these next two summers. So the last project we'll talk about is the Trails Edition project. So we're adding just about 7,000 square foot onto that existing Trails building. Started earthwork activities just a couple weeks ago. Footings are ongoing right now. as well as remaining earthwork activities, site utilities. What you'll see in the next few weeks, as we wrap up footings this week, we'll move into underground plumbing and electrical. We'll pour the slab, then we'll start building that storm shelter. Steel comes in mid-June, so you'll see the structure of that building really going up middle of the summer. Then as we wrap up the summer and move into the school year, we'll start getting that enclosed. I think the important thing to mention with this is that existing trails building is remaining active both now as we wrap up the school year, but also next fall as we continue construction, but work with the district to keep that building operational for your students. And then we'll be wrapping up this project at the end of the year. Here's a few pictures of the building pad going in. And then again, here's a rendering of what this building will look like at completion. So again, we appreciate you guys letting us come in here and kind of give an update on this. And if you guys ever need anything or any questions, please let us know. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. That will bring us to 8.2, Department Presentation on Boundaries by Dr. Jody Marshall.
Yeah, before we turn away from the bond update, we're handing out compliments. Definitely want to compliment our students, our staff, and our community for being very respectful and patient with us and very supportive, because these are very significant construction projects and the community has been curious, but they've been very supportive, so thank you for that. Okay, next up is a quick overview of the boundary study, the boundary committee. Again, this is part of our ongoing effort just to be very open, straightforward, and keep the community well informed of this very important process. So the second slide is just an overview of the entire process. And so you can see that the board has already taken that first step. They had a work session on April 27th. More on that in a moment. And then you can see that we're going to really pause over the summer, and then we're going to come back in earnest and really hit it in September. We'll have those actual boundary committee meetings. We'll set up a couple public forums, and then that leads into recommended options in late winter or winter of 2026 and into January and February when the board would formally adopt new boundaries. And then, of course, we would roll them out, do some community informational meetings. That will likely be district leadership that does that from February through the summer of 2027. And then we'll implement these new boundaries August 2027, which, of course, coincides with the opening of the new elementary. Okay. So what happened on April 27th? Again, this was a work session we had with the Board of Education. It was a very successful and productive meeting, in my opinion. Rob Schwartz and Gina Wallace from RSP were very efficient and guided us through a really productive, thorough initial process. The Board of Education did some really important work and made some important decisions at this meeting. We reviewed guiding principles, and then they prioritized boundary criteria. I'll show you those here in a second. And then we talked about who would actually be the members of the boundary committee. Again, we spent some time reiterating to the community this is going to be a comprehensive, data-informed, and transparent process, which will be driven with input from community stakeholders. I know I'm getting redundant on that, but that is really the way we're going to approach this. So the guiding principles. During the work session, we reviewed these 11 guiding principles, which are really the backdrop for all the work the Boundary Committee will do. And they're all relevant, I think, things that the community would expect us to consider. And I won't review the entire list, but I'll hit a couple highlights here. You'd expect that a principle would be that the new boundaries would be able to accommodate future growth. We want to make sure that's part of the process. They follow some of the natural or man-made boundaries in our community. That we are able to accommodate unique family circumstances. We need to make sure that it ensures as good, if not better, educational opportunities for our students, for our kiddos. We want to capitalize on that neighborhood effect. That theme came up over and over again, neighborhood schools. We want to make sure we're using existing resources. We don't want to create new or additional challenges. And then we need to promote an effective feeder system across the board, elementary to middle, and obviously middle to the high school, not just for all students, but also for our specialized programs. Okay? So the board also spent some time talking about boundary criteria. They went through an exercise to prioritize these criteria. These are really the tangible, objective, kind of the science of establishing new boundaries. So you see 10 of them here. They're all, you can trust, going to be baked into the process to some degree. But we asked the board to identify their priorities. And the ones that are highlighted are the ones the board wants to have a little bit more emphasis. So duration of boundaries, balancing enrollment across all of our buildings. We currently have some buildings that are a little bit out of balance. That effective feeder system, and then physical considerations. We want to be financially responsible, maximize our capital resources now and in the future on behalf of our students and staff. So those all, I think, make sense and should be very evident to the community as important. And then, as I mentioned, the board established who would be on the boundary committee. It's pretty straightforward. A parent from each building, a staff member from each building, 2 or 3 students from the high school, 2 or 3 community members, business or patrons, business owners, an official from the city of Edgerton and Gardner, 3 board members. They've already been identified as Tom Redden, Lana Sutton, and Julie Aldridge. 1 building administrator from each level, a special ed administrator, and so all in, we're at about 34 or 35. Okay? So I already have a pretty complete roster, and I will communicate with all the members of the committee later this week, just an overview, an invitation to participate. I do want to remind folks that we are going to put the committee to work. These sessions that they come to, they're not going to be gab sessions. These are going to be work sessions. I'd also remind folks that they're volunteers, all right? Ultimately, they're going to make a recommendation, but this body is going to make the official decision. That's important to remember that distinction, okay? Any questions? Several of the other people here on the front row were at the work session on April 27th. Did I miss anything? Am I leaving anything important out, board members? Okay. All right, well, we encourage the community to engage in and closely monitor the process. I'm going to click on this link here. Hopefully it'll open up. This is a great way for community members to play along, pay attention to the progress, review the data, the documents that we're using to go through the process. Fingers crossed. So we're going to put this link out later this week, and so again, it's not unlike the process we have for the bond, where, again, community members can log on and, again, review guiding principles, key objectives, prioritized criteria, etc. And, again, the whole timeline is laid out here in nice graphic fashion. So, took a big step last month on the 27th, and, again, we'll take a break, but we'll get back after it as soon as we return for next school year. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marshall. 8.3, Superintendent Dr. Brian Huff.
Good evening, everybody. Really exciting times. The last couple board agenda items. It's a lot of fun to look at the growth that comes to the district based on the support of our patrons. And again, a big thank you to everybody supporting our schools. We have fantastic facilities, and that is because the Gardner and Edgerton communities care about our kids and wish for our kids to have the very best facilities possible. And so many thanks to Jody and his team. It's a lot of work, but it's also a lot of fun to see all the interesting things coming together. So it's nice that we had an emphasis not only on our elementary school, but also on a huge addition for our special education students. And that's really fantastic to see. It's also really fun to see within this room a physical representation of why we're here. So later on, we're going to talk about, and the board's going to vote to adopt our strategic plan. The number one goal in our strategic plan is having a comprehensive curriculum in place. Part of having a comprehensive curriculum in place is having the resource materials necessary to support a comprehensive curriculum across the district. And so around the room, we have those math resources that we're looking at potentially adopting. And so I'd encourage those of you who are here, take a look, take a gander, see what sorts of resources we're looking at. And you might imagine what the enormous endeavor it is that our educational services department is undergoing right now. And obviously it's our number one goal because it's the most important thing we do. It's what we deliver to our kids. It's why we're here. Also, it's just an interesting time of the year. Obviously, we're growing close to the end of the school year. This is our last board meeting before the end of the school year. We have a graduation ceremony coming up on Saturday. Exciting stuff. And it'll be a whole lot of fun to have those of you who are able to join us on the stage to hand diplomas out to our kiddos. It's a great celebration for our kids. And it's a really fun time to see that stadium filled with our community members. So if you can, Saturday at 10 o'clock, you're all invited. And we've already decided there's going to be wonderful weather, right? Right, DeWitt? Wonderful weather Saturday morning. All righty, there better be. We're also looking at the end of the school year coming up. And it's an exciting time of year for kids. Parents, I'm sorry, it's almost your turn again. So we are going to release them back into your care. We'll gather them back up in August. But it is an enjoyable time of year for the kids, and we do hope that there's great plans for everybody to relax a little bit this summer. As we heard from Miss Ron, it's not always a relaxing time because when you're a teacher, when you're an educator, you're always on. And you're always looking for what you're going to do for your next lesson. And that was a great example of how our teachers treat summer. And it was really good to hear, and I'm glad that we have such dedicated staff that they do constantly care about our kids, even when we don't see them on a day-to-day basis. So, looking forward to the end of the school year coming. It's good to have everybody here. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Huff. 8.4, comments by the Board of Education.
I'll talk, because I do. I'm going to skip my leadership for tomorrow update because we do have a long agenda tonight. I do want to thank everyone who spoke tonight, our retirees, our 25-year plus employees, our graduates coming up. And I have one thing to say about our new school. Just keep in mind, a peaceful, nurturing place where children can grow, explore, and move forward at their own pace. Like a creek that flows and evolves, students should grow step by step and emphasize a nurturing and steady learning environment. Just a thought out there.
Where are you going?
All right.
Excellent. I had just a couple similar notes. I just wanted to thank staff again for this year and all the hard work that they've poured in, and just like Leslie shared this evening, and all the students for their success. I did want to recognize just a handful of students. Every year, the governor, there's the Kansas Governor Scholars that recognizes the top 1% of students across the state of Kansas, and we had, I believe, 5 Blazers recognized for that. They were Braden Crowder, Annabelle Croson, Jude Maley, Cooper Williams, and Dane Williams. So congratulations to those students. That's a recognition to be celebrated for. Again, that's a top 1% across the state. A quick thanks. Senior night was on Saturday, and if I looked at the list correctly, we had 57 seniors honored, but partners around the city donated over $100,000 to help those students in the next phase of their education. So I want to thank all of them and for what they're offering to help our students as they move along. And it's an exciting night for them to celebrate their successes. And then the last thing here, I did want to say thank you to Jeff for your time serving on the foundation board and for all the work that goes into that and all the work that they do to support our staff. And then finally, just good luck to all the Blazers as they finish their spring seasons and get ready for sub-state and hopefully lots of state appearances by several of those teams and athletes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Heath and Julie. 9.1, USD 231 Strategic Plan.
All right, Board of Education, you have seen the strategic plan now a couple months. You've seen copies of it in Wednesday updates. We are at the point now of adopting. So I will, unless there's questions, we're ready to move.
I'll make a motion to approve the strategic plan.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 9.2, naming of the new elementary school.
All right, so this has been an interesting process. We've had discussions here with the board, we've had nominations, we've had votes, and we're at the place now. It's time. Decision time has come upon us. And so now it's in your hands. I will say that for those of you who are watching along at home, you can click on this agenda item and you can see what the voting was. And it was rather interesting. And we've already had board members stumping for their favorite school as we speak here. So we're ready to move on this.
Can you explain the average that is the composite score? It's just all of the choices added together and then divided by.
So you have two on your sheet. You have one that is the raw score that is just purely by number of votes total. And then the composite score is taking into account a greater amount of points if they got a first place vote, and then a little bit lesser number of points for a second place vote. So theoretically, so the number one on the composite score means, and you can see there, had the most first place votes as well as the most overall votes. Does that make sense? Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right,
Oh, go.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the name Creekside Elementary for the brand-new elementary school to be opened in 2027.
Then I will second that.
All those in favor? None opposed.
I preferred Cave Creek.
All right, 9.3, board vacancy. Before I go on, I want to make sure we have all four candidates here. Terrence Flowers, Alicia Livingston, John Lafferty, Robert Sindorf. Robert Sindorf. Do we need to check if he's in the hallway? Or? All right. For the three candidates, I want to personally apologize that I had to miss the last two meetings and kind of delayed your interviews. That said, we'll get it going tonight. How this is going to work is I'll pull a name randomly out of this envelope on who's going to go first, second, third. If the rest of you will step out and wait in the hallway until we call you back in. Once you've completed your interview, you can remain seated here in the boardroom. You'll start out with an introduction. Then starting with me, we'll go in a circle and each board member ask one question, and then you'll end with a conclusion of anything you feel you need to say afterwards. Any questions on that? All right. And we're going to have the TVs turned off. Okay. All right, our first candidate is Alicia Livingston. We've got a table with a microphone set up here.
This is for YouTube, so I want to make sure it works. My kids need to make fun of me later.
kind of introduce yourself and
Absolutely. All right, well, first, I had the opportunity to read back my application for the first time in many months, and that was a hard read. And I note that you all had to suffer through so many of those. So first, thank you so much for having me here and giving me the opportunity to even come tonight. I really appreciate it. I think it's fair to speak a little bit about myself, even though, again, probably most of the people here have also clicked on that link and suffered through my application. So my name is Alicia Livingston. I've been a resident of Gardner since 2018. I have 3 kiddos in the district, 2 in the middle school at Wheat Ridge and 1 in high school, soon to be 2 in the high school. I have been involved in the district in just about every way through volunteering, starting at Gardner Elementary, where I was a fixture. I've done everything from being that classroom mom that helps with parties to running reading groups for advanced readers at lunchtime. A really great time getting kids really excited and passionate about reading. I had a fantastic time at field days, leading soccer, really encouraging kids to kick it as hard as they can, a service I provided. And I've just been volunteering with this school since I moved here. Most recently, through coaching, Girls on the Run with the middle school. So exciting and just wonderful watching those kiddos grow and flourish. And that's why I'm here. I have been in service of volunteering for our schools on the other side of things. It's been my pleasure and my honor to see the kids thrive. Through band boosters, I got to go to DC, watch the kids march in a parade, see them succeed, and see them be passionate about something they loved. I'm on the youth theater board. We're getting ready for some productions, everyone. This summer, Junie B. Jones, but also igniting those passions for kids. So maybe it's academics that gets them in the classroom and they love to learn. Maybe it's athletics, and maybe it's the arts. But I've been involved in all of that in volunteering, and that's why I'm here. Professionally, I also work for a children's advocacy center. So I'm in the schools, every single school, teaching. I do professional development sessions for counselors, for social workers, for teachers. We go over mandated reporting training. What does it look like? What does abuse look like? How do we report it? How do we handle that? An advocacy center here that serves this area is Sunflower House is what it's called. I believe there's an MOU signed with them as partnership every year. And I've been with them for 5 years. My passion is that volunteer, that advocacy work. And I think that's a lot of what the school board does. You are advocates for our kids for education. And this is just a further outreach of that for me. So that's why I'm here today. And thank you again for having me.
All right, first question. In today's society, everything seems to be political, especially if you look at social media. How will you make sure our schools are focused on what's best for the kids, not on politics or outside agendas?
The kind of educational programming that we provide for students is above the political, I want to say the mud flinging and the hatred that we see in, we'll say, adult Facebook groups. I mean, we've all seen that stuff, right? Our kids get the benefit of learning from a diverse group of educators from wonderful backgrounds with lots of different perspectives, and there's a strength in that. I don't see a lot of the hatred making its way into our classrooms like it does in our community. I think we do a really good job as parents, as teachers, as board members, isolating our kids from that. We have those hard conversations. It doesn't trickle down to the kids in a way, at least when we work towards that. It doesn't trickle down, it doesn't have to affect our kids negatively. Now, the other side of that is a lot of people bringing fear and concerns to the board. I mean, the board is that place of last resort for all those concerns, for all of those issues, and you need to hear about them. That's part of what you guys do. So I think part of being on the board is listening to those concerns, even when they are politically driven and motivated, and being patient and really listening to the fear Like, what is driving these concerns? People want to do what's best for their kids, and that looks a lot of different ways, and all of that's worth some consideration. So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Is it Alicia or Alicia? I apologize.
it's Alicia, but that's
Alicia,
okay. My whole life.
That's
my
all
whole
right.
life.
Yes. Try being a Heath in a
Yes.
Keith world. Yeah.
Yes.
So a lot of the work as board members, we each participate in committees, typically two. Of those committees, do you have any that you think your strengths and experiences will find themselves best at home to where you might be able to be the most benefit?
I think I'd be the new kid on the block, and I would go happily to where there's need. I think we bring all of our experiences to wherever we end up. Whether it's on a committee trying to decide, okay, there are a lot of options for new math curriculum, and we've heard from a lot of really talented educators on what that is like. The best part of our committees is we are really leaning on, we're leaning on community members and professionals to bring forward that information. They're doing the hard work for us. All we need to do is listen, use logic, and make the best choice based on what they're doing, all the work that they're doing for us.
Thank you.
Should the board focus narrowly on academic performance and fiscal oversight, or also take positions on broader social issues affecting students?
Schools don't exist in a vacuum. And yes, our curriculum is our number one concern for our strategic planning. It's so important. But part of success, part of having a successful student experience is having all of those supports and needs met. And that means it's more than just academics. So when we hear about concerns around social, emotional, character developmental standards and what that education looks like in the classroom, we listen to those concerns. But we also recognize the research, and we lean on the professionals and their recommendations, and we discuss it. I think there's a lot of opportunities for us to support so many programs that enrich the experience for students that aren't just academics. If you have academics and arts and athletics all kind of combining, you get these kids that are so well adjusted and they're learning outside of the classroom and they're passionate about what they love. And I think part of being a well-rounded district is having those supports and all of those opportunities in place for kids.
Hey, thanks for being with us tonight. So my question is that all of the money that the school district has is taxpayer money. We all know that. What are your top priorities when it comes to fiscal responsibility of the taxpayers' funds? And how would you evaluate whether the district is being effective with them?
It's a huge budget. Was it 110 million ballpark? With some of that being operational and some of that being really restricted funds from so many sources. It's a lot of work that goes into this. Again, the best part about being a board member is that we have so many talented people who've been working so hard on that budget. I went line item through it. I went through the formulas that make your eyes cross. If anyone else has read through that, a lot of work goes into it. I think what we look at every year is what worked. Where did we struggle? Where did we have excess? Where did we have needs? And we look at the things like the building, all of the buildings every year have those needs where they talk about strategic planning. It's part of that. Building needs assessment, I'm sorry, that's what I was looking for. You look at those needs. How are we filling those needs? Where are we messing up, and what can we adjust from that? I think if we're doing that yearly, then we're making those adjustments and it comes organically.
How will you handle a situation where your personal values conflict with the needs or preferences of the majority of the community you serve? Or the majority of the community that communicates their needs and preferences.
There's a strength in diversity of opinion. The world would be a boring place if we always agreed on everything all the time, and we would lose a lot of perspective and the richness that comes with different ideas. I think when we have diverse thoughts, when we have people who fly in the face of maybe what we think, it either serves to strengthen our position through logic, right, and reasoning, or makes us take a second and reconsider. Okay, is there a place where I can change things? Is there something that maybe I've been missing? I welcome diversity of opinion. I think it strengthens us. I think it strengthens us for our community and on the board.
Okay, I get the last one. That's okay. I was in your seat the last appointment process, so I know how you feel. My question is, how would you work to ensure that all decisions are made in the best interest of students by setting aside your own personal feelings while also strengthening support for the special ed programs, expanding resources for students with special needs, and ensuring our SPED staff and students feel valued, heard, and supported throughout the district?
I work with a diverse group of students when I'm in schools. I travel around and talk to kids, and the number one thing that kids tell me that they wish grown-ups knew, of all ages, and I mean kindergarten all through high school, is that they wish we listened. And I think that is just part of being human. We all want to be heard, right? A lot of this comes down to listening to those concerns. Concerns from parents who know their kiddos better than we do. Concerns from those educators in the special ed department and their struggles. If you've spent any time in schools in the last few years, you have seen kiddos in classrooms with exceptionalities struggle in huge ways, not always being supported, and not out of maliciousness, but because there's not always enough resources to support everyone in the moment. We're all doing our best, right? I think part of making those improvements is listening. What is needed? Tell me, hear from the people on the ground that are really in the trenches struggling, from those parents and those educators. Hey, where are the gaps? And let's work to meet those needs. I want to meet them where they are, and that can look in a lot of ways.
All right. Time for a closing to give us anything you feel that may have been missed.
I spent a long time thinking about this because through the past few months, I've had a lot of people in the community, and you get this too, ask me with kind of a confused face, why do you want to be on the school board? It's not for the money, obviously, being that it's not a paid position, but I think we're all here because we care. We care so much about our students and our schools and our district, and we want to see it succeed. And that's why I'm here. I worked in advocacy for years. There's magic in those moments where you see a kid really connect, really get something, really feel heard, really be supported. I live for those moments. And I think by being a part of this, I can help make more of those moments happen, and maybe on a bigger scale. That's my goal here. But thank you so much for your consideration. I did not have a typed out prepared statement. I just wanted to just speak from the heart, so I really appreciate you all.
Thank you, Alicia. You're free to have a seat out here or take a break if you feel you need one.
Go breathe in a paper bag.
All right, our next candidate will be Terrence Flowers. Up here.
That's good. The front.
Again, you can start with an introduction. I'll begin the questioning. We'll go in a circle and then a conclusion.
Oh, okay. Okay. Good evening. My name is Terrence Flowers. I am currently employed as a teacher in the Kansas City, Kansas USD 500 school district. I currently teach 2 different courses there. I teach career exploration and Project Lead the Way medical detectives. I'm also a adjunct professor at Park University, where I teach in the Robert W. Pastor School of Business. I'm interviewing for the USD 231 open board seat. I'm driven by a deep commitment to our students and our teachers. Matter of fact, what the teacher from the high school talked about today really touched a nerve with me in a good way, because it really did bring light to what it is. As an educator, we're always thinking about how we can continue to engage our students and up the rigor in our classrooms and just be better than the next day. And that's really and truly what my intention is here is for running for this open board seat, is to ensure that our teachers are heard and our students' needs are met, and be a liaison to the community.
All right. First question.
Sure.
In today's society, everything seems to be political,
Yeah.
especially if you look at social media.
Of course.
How will you make sure our schools are focused on what's best for our kids, not on politics or outside agendas?
Yeah. Well, I mean, one thing you have to realize is you just take social media out of there are a lot of people who are saying a lot of things on social media, but what I think we can all agree you find is none of them are really doing much but typing on social media. So I have no agenda in that regards. I want my goal is to do what's best for the teachers and what's best for the students and what's best for the community, and politics aside. Matter of fact, in my classroom, I don't even think people realize what my politics are, because it's not relevant to what's going on with everybody else.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Terrence, thanks for being here this evening.
Thank you.
One of the things we do as board members beyond our Monday nights are serving on committees, usually 1 or 2 of those. Of our committees, which ones do you think that your strengths and experiences might lend themselves to best, and where you might be able to make the most impact?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. To be honest with you, I'm not sure where. I first would like to come in and observe and see where my strengths would be best focused. But yeah, if I'm being perfectly honest, I'm not really sure on that one. Just yeah.
Should the board focus narrowly on academic performance and fiscal oversight, or also take positions on broader social issues affecting students?
Academic performance is where I think that our focus is best. Social issues aside, I mean, there's always going to be, and I think that goes back to the politics of things. I think what we can quantify is academic performance, and I think that's where our focus should be.
Thanks for being here tonight,
Yes, ma'am.
Terrence. So all the money that the school district has is obviously taxpayer money.
Correct.
What are your top priorities when it comes to fiscal responsibility with those funds? And how will you evaluate whether the district is spending them effectively?
Well, I think what we really should focus on with taxpayer money is ensuring that our schools are not overcrowded. And so I think the best way to do that is to ensure that the facilities are top-notch. One, and I think that's twofold, because that in turn retains teachers. It also keeps classroom numbers low, teacher to student ratio low. And it also should manifest in better academic performance.
I keep everything on my phone. Hold on. Okay. How would you ensure that the voices, nope, wrong one. Wrong one. That's not the question I asked earlier. How would you handle a situation where your personal values conflict with the needs or preferences of the broader community you serve or the majority of the community that communicates with you?
That's a great question. So I think what you have to do there is you have to understand the community that you serve, and I mean, other than the open seat, most of us, well, most of you guys are here because of you were elected by a group, and so I think you have to do what the people that elected you to your seat would want you to do. And that may not that may not coincide with your personal beliefs, but if it's for the greater good of the community, I think that's what you have to do. You have to take all agendas out of that, out of your own personal agendas out, and do what's best for the community as a whole.
Hi. I know how you feel. Okay. My question is, how would you work to ensure that all decisions are made in the best interest of students by setting aside your personal feelings, while also strengthening support for the special ed programs, expanding resources for students with special needs, and ensuring our SPED staff, students, and families feel valued, heard, and supported through the district?
I'll tell you, SPED is an issue that's really sort of near and dear to my heart, because I've had a student who, with the help of some really good teachers in the SPED program, finished school, graduated college 2 years ago, is doing well, but we had to find how he learned. And so if I'm understanding your question correctly, I would want to continue to support SPED in any way we can, ensure that is individualized education is adhered to, and then in possibly meeting with the parents or caregivers of some of our special needs students, and seeing what their concerns are, and doing my best to help implement those concerns.
Thank you.
All right. Now you can give us a closing and any information you feel may have been missed.
Okay. Well, I just want to say thank you guys for hearing me out. Thank you guys for having me. And that's really it. I don't no pontification needed there. So.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You're free to have a seat out here or take a break if you feel you need one.
Okay.
And John will be the last one. All right, John, you'll start with the introduction.
Okay.
And then beginning with me, we'll go in a circle of questions. And then at the end, you'll get a conclusion.
Super.
All right.
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I appreciate what you do, frankly. I know that you guys aren't getting paid, so, kudos on you. My name is John Lafferty, and I have lived in Gardner. It's been my home for about 25 years. As I was even sitting out here, I was looking across the green space over here. My daughter went from kindergarten through graduation here in Gardner. I call it Gardner Edgerton. And I remember picking her up when you could still drive through there. And so this has been my home. I put it in my application, but I want to emphasize that I'm vested in this community. I've worked here, I've lived here, I volunteered here, I go to church here. This is my home. This is, I'll say who I am. So I'm happy to serve in a capacity, whatever that looks like. And if you don't pick me, I think I'm a good candidate. Pick somebody. The students need a school board that's fully functioning and that can make the decisions that need to be made in the times that we're going to be facing. So that's me in a nutshell.
All right, your first question. In today's society, everything seems to be political, especially if you look on social media. How will you make sure our schools are focused on what's best for the kids, not on politics or outside agendas?
Wow, that does seem tough. It does seem like there isn't a middle anymore. It seems like we have an extreme and we have an extreme. And I would like to think that I am more that middle person. I don't get very politically involved, frankly. I like to make decisions objectively and without a lot of emotions being involved. Sometimes my wife thinks I'm a little crazy there. But I think we should concentrate our learning and focus our students on facts and materials and teach them how to think, not what to feel. And that's would be my encouragement to us as a community is more of substance. Everybody has an opinion, and I don't want to discount people's opinions because we're passionate for a reason. We care, and we can very adamantly care about the same thing and have diametrically opposed positions. But we have to find a common ground, and we have to come together to make those decisions, not for me or you, but for the betterment of our community and ultimately the kids.
Thank you.
John, thanks for being here tonight. My question, as board members, of course, we have our money meetings and other responsibilities, but one of those is we serve on committees, usually one or two of those. And I wondered what of your particular strengths and experiences might lend themselves to any of those particular committees that you would find particularly interesting.
So I worked for the sheriff's office for right at 25 years and retired. And I was in a position of, well, various positions, but in leadership positions for some of that. And I would like to think that my decision-making skills are fairly good, that I can take input and make a calculated decision at the end of that. So what might that look like? I don't know without knowing some of that. I would be open for any and all of it. But I think I'm at least a good decision maker and will weigh the pros, the cons, and keep my own personal biases out of it. I think it's important as a public servant that is one of the criteria. You keep your personal slant. I know that's difficult, maybe even impossible, but as much as possible to concentrate on what is the subject matter at hand. And again, it's about our kids.
Should the board focus narrowly on academic performance and fiscal oversight, or also take positions on broader social issues affecting students?
I'm not sure that I'm following you. Are you talking about academics, or are you talking about social issues like the past 4 or 5 years we've had, social unrest and things like that?
Well, how much should the board focus on the social stuff versus the academic and the fiscal responsibility that comes with sitting on this board?
Okay, so I'm a parent, I'm a grandparent, I'm a citizen, and I think it's impossible to completely divorce yourself of those personal opinions. But I don't plan to be an activist by any means. I plan to be an activist for our kids and our students and our schools, and that's where my focus will be. If you guys have looked up my Facebook, you probably don't see anything because that's not who I am. I don't publicize my personal life. And if you do, that's good for you, but that's just not who I am. I am about taking care of my family, making the best decisions I can, and that's what I would bring to this board is a laser focus of what is best for our kids. And if you're looking for something else than that, then you probably don't want me.
Thanks for being here, John. Okay, so obviously all the money that the school district has is taxpayer money.
Yep.
And so what are your top priorities when it comes to fiscal responsibility of those funds? And how would you evaluate whether the district is spending those funds effectively?
So wow, that is also good. Again, I worked in public service for over 25 years. I'm very cognizant and even attuned to, this is taxpayer money. This isn't my money. This isn't your money. This is the money of the people around us, and we are stewards of that to spend it the very best way we can. I was looking at the presentation about the construction projects going on. In preparing for this, I looked online at the some of the summaries of the years, the forecast of our students and what it's going to look like. And ultimately, I think we should be just what we're doing in a public forum to discuss this so that there is transparency. I think there are taxpayers. I mean, I'm a taxpayer too. So I want us to be transparent and open to the taxpayers, and knowing we won't always agree, the board won't always agree with every individual. I get that. But we should strive to be the very best accountant that we can, to make the dollars stretch wherever they can, and then ultimately to be accountable for how we spent that money. So I don't know if I answered both parts of that question, but I am about it's not my money.
Thank you.
How would you handle a situation where your personal values conflict with the needs of, or preferences of the broader community that you serve, or the majority of community members who may communicate with you via email or text? Or
So, like I'd mentioned, I think that I'm very objective, where I can set my personal opinions, preferences aside, and handle the role and the task. So if I'm contacted by a citizen and it's something that I disagree with, I would still bring that to the board. Hey, this is still a voice, and they are still part of the community. They're still part of the district, and they deserve a voice, even if I happen to disagree with it. And I would like to think that you wouldn't even know that I ever disagreed with it, that I would bring it in such a fashion that I can champion the voices of those that I disagree with.
Thank you for being here. I've been in your situation before. The question I have is, how would you work to ensure that all decisions are made in the best interest of students by setting aside your personal feelings while also strengthening support for special education programs, expanding resources for students with special needs, and ensuring our SPED staff, students, and families feel valued, heard, and supported through the district?
So I have a family member who has special needs, and I've experienced some of the difficulty in a public school of getting them the help that they've needed. And while that's kind of my own experience, I know that other families are experiencing the same thing. I know that the school doesn't and isn't equipped to handle every single thing just the way the parent would like it to be done. So I would want to communicate with the parents, and again, being transparent and trying to, this is our stance, this is what we plan to do, how can you help us, and how can we help your child to make this happen, and ultimately come to either an agreement, or at least if there's a disagreement, it's clear why that disagreement exists, because I don't pretend to be a magic maker where you can fix everything for everybody, but it wouldn't be for lack of communication or trying to accommodate our kids.
Okay, thank you.
All right, John, you can finish up with a conclusion and fill in any blanks that you think we left out.
Well, the silent when I came in, I'm like, what are you guys doing in here? So I guess I will end with the thought that Gardner is my home. It has been my home. It will be my home. I respect what the school board does, and I challenge you to continue. I mean, we've got tough times ahead. We've got exciting times ahead. It's never easy for, I mean, the bond measure and keeping track, and everybody's always going to have an opinion. Be, just like you've asked me, set your personal feelings aside and do what's right for the district, do what's right for the kids, because ultimately that's why you're here. It's not for personal agendas, it's for our students and our kids. And whether you pick me or pick one of the other two, I didn't hear their presentations, but I do believe we need to pick somebody so that the board can function as it was designed to function. So I appreciate the time, though. Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right, that'll bring us to 9.4, appointment of District 3, Position 6 Board Member for USD 231 Board of Education.
Is there any discussion that anybody wants to have before?
I want to point out, while we all had different questions, 3 of them had the same theme of setting aside those personal agendas and values and doing what's best for the community and the district.
Well, I would be very interested in making a motion to approve school board candidate Alicia Livingston for District 3, Position 6.
Second.
All those in favor? All right. Motion failed. I'm going to comment based on those 3 common questions. And this isn't to say that the other 2 wouldn't hold those values. I have known John for 25 years, and I've never seen him bring his personal views into any decision-making. He follows policy, procedure, statute. Just a very honest person that does what's best for the community. So I would like to nominate John Lafferty for the position.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Motion fails. That will bring us to Terrence Flowers. If anybody makes a motion.
I would make a motion to nominate Terrence Flowers. I really appreciate that he brings the perspective of being a teacher and having that experience and knowing the distinct needs of students and what teachers need as well. So, motion.
Oh, I'll second.
All those in favor? Motion fails. Robert Sindorf did not, his name's on the list, he did not come for an interview. Does anybody want to make a motion for him? Okay. That said, thank you all again for coming. I know it took a lot of time and a lot of preparation. Not on the agenda, but I would suggest at this impasse that we just table this until the November election of next year. If anybody's in favor of that, or open the process back up. We can put it on next month's.
We can't reopen it, right? Like, sorry.
You can.
We
It would have to be on next month. You can do whatever you want. I'm sorry. So you could do one of 3 things. You could reopen it next month and revisit. There's other nominees that you could invite back and re-interview. You could just as a group agree to table it and not bring it back up again as a group. If you want to do it more cleanly, as Katie had said, you could bring it up as an agenda item next month to motion to officially table it. You don't need an official motion to table. You can table anything just as we sit until indefinitely if you'd like.
Or we could
So I'd
just
say those are
bring
your
it
3.
back up again when we decide to or not.
Or you can bring it back up again 3 months from now if you'd like, and bring up a few more candidates if you'd like. So it's at your pleasure as to how you'd like to go about doing that. I'd say that it would be fine if you wanted to table it tonight, and if you wanted to do a motion in a second, and at least poll who's up here. That might make it a little bit more clean. Or if you wanted to officially table it, you could bring it up next month as an agenda item.
Yeah, I think that, for me anyway, the candidates that we spoke with tonight were definitely the top standout candidates out of the list of people that applied. So I'm not particularly interested in reviewing the people that we didn't bring here in the first place, because obviously we saw something in these people. So I wouldn't be opposed to tabling, but not like putting like a specific date on it to when we rediscuss it, or, I mean, we could rediscuss it again at another given time if we felt the need to, or not, and it just comes up again at election time.
If you did that, what you could do is just make it go through the regular agenda item process. And when you could bring it up as an agenda item in the future, if you think you want to revisit it. And it could just sit possibly until November of 27. Well, it'd be before that though, because you would, the deadline to apply is, I believe, July 1st or June 1st. You guys remember better than I do. And so that'd be really when you'd probably want to stop it, but you could just do it that way. Sure.
Yeah, speaking for myself, I think for me, I would have really loved to have more like productive conversation and discussion around our reasoning for our choices, but also I get it feels a little weird doing it right in front of the people sitting here watching us. So I don't know, maybe if we brought it up again another time and we had like an open discussion about, and maybe we can come to a consensus. If we don't, we don't, and if we do, we do. But I'd be interested in hearing what stood out to people personally about their choices.
I would certainly be open to whether it be a motion to reconsider on a different agenda if we wanted to look at the finalists and contemplate their answers again. I think we all had folks that we felt most confident in and where they would end up, and tonight we couldn't reach consensus. I don't know if that's possible to do so at this point, but I'd be open to entertaining anything that might bring us to consensus if there's an opportunity for that to be here tonight.
Even
We might
some
find
of
out that's
our-
not the case.
A lot of our questions were kind of repetitive, or they answered them the same. And maybe if we came up with another set of questions and we submitted them to Tom, and Tom came back and said, hey, these are too similar, let's come up with some different questions, and we got like a broader idea of, where these candidates really, really fall,
Yeah.
that might be helpful as well.
Before we go too far, I think it's maybe best to ask, frankly, if there's an openness to that and extending the conversation. Personally, I think we might owe it to these candidates to explore that. And the three that were here this evening and we're able to interview and show that and perhaps discuss this a bit further and perhaps entertain different questions and see if maybe after one more time of revisiting this, we're able to come to a consensus that will move us down the path. If there's not a appetite for that, I understand that folks may feel differently than I do, and maybe Katie does after sharing, but I think there's value to maybe going through that process a little bit further.
So you're not saying open the process up?
No.
Just these three candidates?
Maybe just not reopen the process, but bring the candidates back if they're willing and ask them a different set of questions that aren't as repetitive, and maybe we'll see something that we didn't see before or decide something we weren't sure of before. Most of the candidates got the exact same scores for me, and I made a pros and cons list of, their involvement, their involvement with the schools, their knowledge and background, and those things are what really made me land on my decisions.
And I don't think there's any fault in being a little bit more thorough in the process. It's a big decision, so if there's more time that might get us there, then I think there's value in that, Tom.
I'm fine with it. Are the three candidates fine with staying online for a while?
We've stayed online this long.
Right.
That was my fault.
Question number one is, what are your thoughts on patience?
We really appreciate your patience and your willingness to hang with us.
Well, we can revisit it after the second. We can come back and discuss this. We'll wait on.
All right, we will table this until further notice. Again, thank you
Did you
to
have
you three
something,
for
Jeff?
coming in.
Did you have something?
No.
Okay.
Did you have something? All right, 10.1, executive session for budget negotiations.
10 minutes, please.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss the Human Resources Personnel Report pursuant to non-elected personnel exception under COMA. Why is that one first? You guys. You know, Deb wouldn't have done this. Motion to go into executive session to discuss the board's professional negotiations priorities and parameters with its chief negotiators pursuant to the exception for employer-employee negotiations under comma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 7:55 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Booth, Mark Meyer, Dr. Jody Marshall, and Amy Drogemeyer into executive session.
Second.
All those in favor? None opposed. All right, we're back in session and on to 10.2, executive session for personnel.
I did. I did. Motion to go into executive session to discuss the human resources personnel report pursuant to non-elected personnel, exception under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:15 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Mark Meyer, and Heather Peak into executive session.
Second.
All those in favor? None opposed.
motion to go into executive session to discuss the Human Resources Personnel Report pursuant to non-elected personnel exception under COMA, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:25 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Mark Meyer, and Heather Peak into executive session.
Second.
All right, we're back in session. 10.3, action on personnel.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the personnel report.
Okay, I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 11.1, adjournment of meeting.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All those in favor? None opposed. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Monday, June 8th, 2026 at 6 p.m. here in the board office.